Test 1 2 1 2. Okay, Council, at this time we do have a motion on the floor by Garfield Steele, seconded by Jackie Sears the motion is to, on complaint number 1, submitted by Mr. Michael Bringspunny, to dismiss complaint with prejudice. And I'll call roll call. James Cross?
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder?
Yes.
David Kelly? Donner Gosbear? Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Lyle Weston?
Yes.
B. Frando?
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman? Craig Dillon?
No.
Garfield Steele?
Yeah.
Jillian Spotted Bear?
Only according to ordinance number 2074, no.
Norman Standing Soldier?
Yes.
Troy Little?
Yes.
David Poyer?
Yes.
Anna Halverson?
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.?
No.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Richard Greenwell Sr.?
Declared not voting.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston?
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.?
Yes.
Motion carried. 16 yes, 2 no, 2 not voting. At this time, I'll turn the chair back over to President Frank Starr. Comes out at 2:35.
Okay, so we're still under complaints here, so we'll move on to the next complaint.
Council, your next complaint number 2, is submitted by Audrey Martinez.
Okay, at this time, I'll turn it over to Secretary.
So the complaint is on submitted by Audrey Martinez.
Madam Secretary.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, motion to set this complaint.
Okay, motion to accept a complaint by Councilman Steele, second by Councilman Greenwell. Oh, you had a question? Oh, okay. All right. So no second yet? second by Councilman Dillon. Call for the vote.
James Cross,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Not voting.
Donroy Gosper,
No.
Blaine Little, Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
No.
Beef Randall,
No.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Julian Spotted Bear,
No.
Norman Standing Soldier,
No.
Troy Little,
Not voting.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Anna Halverson,
I'm not voting.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
No.
Jackie Sears,
Not voting.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Yeah. No.
George Dreamer Jr.
Abstain.
Eight yes, 7 no, 1 abstain, 4 not voting. Motion carried.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
you know, this other individual came to law and order numerous times. I think he does have valid concerns. So I'll make a motion that we accept this complaint by Mr. Justin Musso on Judge Ken Bordeaux.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Steele, second by Councilman Lunderman, sorry. Call for the vote.
James Cross,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Not voting.
Donroy Gosper,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
No.
Beef Randall,
No.
Tyler Lunderman, Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Julian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Troy Little,
Stay.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Anna Halverson,
Not voting.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
No.
Jackie Sears, Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, George Dreamer Jr.,
Abstain.
Thirteen yes, 3 no, 2 abstain, 2 not voting. Motion carried.
last complaint is submitted by Ruth Steele against non-member.
Question.
Go ahead.
So does this set up another hearing? Is that what this is doing? Okay, my motion would be to accept it and set that hearing up.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Councilman Steele, we have a question. Go ahead, Councilman Greenwell.
To our attorney, being that this is a non-Indian, does it still require us to have a hearing for her? Would it be under the bad man?
You can do an emergency exclusion if there's like an imminent threat type situation or there's harm, irreparable harm that can be caused. So it's up to you guys how you want to do that. If you do an emergency exclusion, which you guys will be addressing today, they get notice, they have the opportunity to request a hearing within 72 hours of receiving the banishment order or exclusion order. So it's up to you guys if you feel that it's emergent enough to do an exclusion or you can do a regular removal, which would be a hearing.
That'd be the reason kind of why I asked that is because when they came in, I don't know if some of you remember that when they came in, the lady was afraid. She was being harassed. This non-Indian lived next door. It seems like they put their howl, you know, but so for me, that's our tribal member. That's who I'm trying to protect, not the white girl that's here, you know. So just putting it out there.
Question.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I think on the complaint, it just says banishment on Shannon Harrison. How you say her name? But when you read the complaint, it says also her son, Jesse Steele. So we need to, how we can do that?
I would exclude Mr. Steele out of the complaint due to the fact that he is a landowner and he is a tribal member. So that'll be my request to the council is to exclude Mr. Steele out of the complaint.
I think one other thing too is, it sounds like he's incarcerated, so at this point you wouldn't even want to address that other one. But right now you're trying to address who's left out there, because they live feet apart from one another. So I think we need to address the non-Indian.
Right. Councilman Poyer.
Chair, do we have the right though to amend complaints? That's the person's complaint that signed it, so we start making changes to it. I don't know about that.
So it states a request for banishment on the non-member and the tribal member. So it's not really combining them. You guys can do what you want. If you want to do banishment for both of them, or if you just want to do one or the other, it's up to you guys how you want to do that. You wouldn't be changing the complaint. You'll just need to decide how you're responding to the complaint. So you can do one or the other, or you can do both of them, not in the same order, but in separate orders. Did I confuse you more? So she's requesting banishment of both of them. You can decide as council if you want to banish both of them or if you just want to banish one or the other.
I guess what I'm saying, though, we're changing the complaint of her complaint. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we have the right to do that.
You're not changing the complaint. You're deciding how you're responding to the complaint.
We're taking a name off. That's changing it.
No, you're deciding whether or not to accept the banishment complaint on it. So if you want to just accept one, or you want to accept both of them, that's up to you guys.
Councilwoman Spotted.
Thank you, Chair. I think we see both the permanent restraining orders on both Jesse and Shannon. And I don't see what the difference is that Jesse is a tribal member. We've banished tribal members before. And that there's providing sufficient enough evidence of text messages between Jesse or from Jesse, also with the threats in here. However, if we can utilize the bad man clause against a non-tribal member to banish them today or exclude them today, and then accept the complaint on Jesse for a hearing to go through that process, is that something we can do? And if that's the case, I think there was a motion made to accept it, but if not, I would I would like to make the motion to utilize the bad man clause on Shannon Harrison Steele, and Jesse Steele for a hearing.
So rather than saying the bad man clause, you would be doing an emergency exclusion on a non-member.
Then my motion would be the emergency exclusion on Shannon Harrison. Am I saying the name correct? I don't know if I'm saying the name correct or not. But what's in the complaint? And then for Jesse Steele, a hearing on that individual.
Here we have a question. Go ahead, Councilwoman Hall-West.
I think what Davey is saying is correct. We can't change a complaint. The complaint was filed with the secretary, the way it was written. And the way this lady is writing the complaint is banishment on that non-Indian, but also she mentions her son. So we can't change that complaint because she's wording it that way. And so we just have to, our attorney, what you're saying is that we only do an emergency exclusion on the non-member, but the tribal member that Garfield's talking about is a landowner and a tribal member. Plus, I don't see even though he's incarcerated, I don't see any charges on, where he got through the court and they got him for all this, whatever he's been charged with. He's not been convicted yet. So I think that, so there's two parts to this, but at the same time, the complaint is written as is. And so you're saying we can act on one part and act on another part. So, but I just was going to put that out there that complaint was written as is, so it's really hard when it's written that way. But
go ahead.
You know, I don't know which part we're not hearing from our attorney when she says we're not changing the complaint. We're just deciding on how we're going to accept the complaint. Now, if you guys recall, when we did this banishment on the drug offenses and the bootlegging, we incorporated another piece that allowed us to banish people who were not convicted, who were picked up for allegedly selling drugs and alcohol, and we could banish them until they're either convicted or not. And if they're convicted, then their banishment stays, and if they're not convicted, then their banishment goes away. That's how we address that ordinance. So either way, I think we would be okay, but there is a process to banish tribal members. And that's why it's different from the non-member. So I get that there's an intent to banish them both, but the process has to be different. Because one is a non-member and one is a landowner.
It's based on the emergency part of it. So if you've got one that's incarcerated, how much of an emergency is it? So, and you got one that's out there currently posing a threat, so that would be an emergency.
So Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my motion and allow Councilwoman Spotted to go through with her motion. And I'll second hers.
Okay. Councilwoman, you okay with that?
Yes, because that allows the tribal member the due process.
Okay.
Hearing.
So we got a second on that?
I just want to clarify that they both get due process. The emergency has a responsibility to notify the secretary for that hearing. With the other process, that they get the drawn out process, so they will get the notice before the hearing.
But we're talking about the non-member. The non-member, oh, okay. So, but the non-member is removed immediately.
Councilman Kelly?
You know, we talk about being ethical and being honest with ourselves, but yet we're still talking nonsense, basically. But I just want to shed some light because I was there at the hearing at the Prairie Winds Casino, and I was asked to recuse myself. And I did. I said absolutely nothing. But to date, you folks have only heard one side. This side. You're already saying he's incarcerated. Right now, he's at a bronc riding school up at Tom Reeves' place in Eagle Butte with his son. Mr. Booyer and I, the land committee chair, have been working on a plan to resolve the issue by allowing Mr. Steele to get a small section or a small 2.5 acre property 30 miles down the road, which will separate both families. We're hoping it solves the issue. I just wanted to shed a little bit of light on that. I will still not have a vote in any of this, but you know, you guys listen to one side and not the other, and it kind of, it's not right. Hell, these are my neighbors. I gotta put up with this stuff. And I've sat here and listened and listened and listened. None of you guys come out to Rocky Ford. But yet you're making a hasty, knee-jerk decision. So I'm just telling you, myself and Mr. Poyer are trying to resolve the issue equitably, fairly, honestly. And this has been dragging on for, what, this is the second administration? This is a carryover from last administration, and I just want to throw that out there. So, if you guys want to be fair about it. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Councilwoman Spargo.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think you hit it on the head. I don't believe it's a knee-jerk reaction when we're talking about it being drug on from last administration. If this has been going on for that long, I mean, you have two representatives that can speak for your district to provide that input. So, providing that input now into this conversation helps with that decision, and I believe that would have been necessary prior to the motion and would have helped with before this motion being made. And I think it would have helped prior to this coming to the floor if it was a discussion that was had prior to today. Now, I'm only simply going off of what's given to us because this is what's brought to our council floor. We don't get to see any of this information at all prior to the council floor, and we're having to make these decisions. That is why I asked earlier for an executive session, because we don't get to see this stuff, and you're asking us to make ethical decisions with what's handed to us. So based off of this allegation and the evidence within this packet, I'm having to make a motion or a decision off of this, unless the representatives from that district speak up on behalf of that individual. So with your opinion, I appreciate that. So I don't believe I made a hasty decision, and I don't like that it's being suggested that we're not looking out for our community members. I'm simply having to make a motion based off of a packet that was given to me the day of, within minutes having to make a decision. So if you have if you have another suggestion, I believe that's what this dialogue is for. Thank you.
Chair, if I may respond.
Yes, go ahead.
You know, when we took this oath of office is why I did not say anything, because I understand what's happening. It is one of my in-laws. However, we're all in-laws out there. And I didn't think it was my place to speak on a defendant that isn't here to address the issue. But my issue was, it's only one-sided. At the hearing or at the meeting that we had at Prairie Winds Casino, we only heard one side. We didn't get to hear the other because we also found out it was in court. So therefore, it went back to court. It's continuous and it's sickening that we have to go through this and address it, but you know, like I mentioned earlier, myself and Mr. Poyer are working to resolve the issue, because it shouldn't even be here. It shouldn't be here at all. So we are making an attempt to address the issue, but like I said, you know, I'm just going to recuse myself from everything. I just had to put that out there. I don't think these things we mentioned earlier, you know, several of us should recuse ourselves from the other dealings, which they did. And I didn't hear anything out of them. So I was following suit, you know, trying to be honest, ethical about all this. But when we don't play by the rules, and you know, at some point I'm gonna have to say something. No offense, but I'm just gonna have to say something. So thank you.
Councilman Still, Councilwoman Helms.
Yes, you know, Mr. Chair, and Council, on this issue, I think we're beyond just moving them down the road from each other. Recently, I think within 4 weeks back, I received a video footage from Mrs. Ruth of the individual cussing at him at a gas pump in Sharps, even though they had a restraining order, calling them to be weird and everything. And so this is deeper than just moving them down the road. And you know, no offense to nobody, but I don't go to Rocky Ford. But these individuals do, you know, live in my district, and they came to me with a concern. And like I said, there's numerous people that come to all of us. And my colleague, you know, he's never in and around Manderson, and I can't say, you know, he shouldn't make a decision based on Manderson, but because he's a representative from there. But he's never in or around Manderson. So this case here, you know, it is long drawn out, and regardless, they're going to have a hearing where they can both be heard. And the only reason why they weren't heard at the casino was because the council stopped it because it was in court. So if you allow a full blown out hearing, then you hear everything. So it's not like we're not trying to hear the other side. What this is doing is setting up a hearing to allow them both to be heard.
Councilman Halverson and Councilman Greenwald.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have a member in the audience who's been raising her hand. However, I'm going to ask her to stick strictly to this topic only. But I'll give her a few minutes. I'll yield the floor to her for a few minutes.
Okay.
Madam Yapi, thank you, Anna. Just real quick, don't forget the stabbing in Wounded Knee. Don't forget that 2 years ago when I was a correctional officer and my trailer got broken into 8 times, my eagle feathers got stolen, and I asked the tribal council then, please do something about it. There was nothing done. So this tribal council right now, what happened a couple of weeks ago was you had a tourist who got stabbed in the neck. Anger gets that bad.
Yes.
So that's just a friendly reminder. Keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Greenwald.
Thank you, Chair. So, when you and Ms. McQueer have information and it's not divulged to the rest of us, and then come in here and make it sound like we're the bad guys, I don't accept that, man, because if you got information, you should be sharing it. None of us are aware that this guy wasn't in jail. So if he's not in jail, maybe we need to have a hearing with him here too as well. What I get concerned about is if I have little kids being set up on a four-wheeler and somebody puts a wire across the road to try to about cut their heads off when they're going by on an ATV and videotaping it, I got concerns because those are our Lakota children. I don't care about her. She's a non-Indian. She's not a non-member, from my understanding. From what she said when we met her that last time I seen her, she is a non-Indian. She's other than Indian. She's not from another reservation. So I got to worry about these kids. I got to worry about these grandmas, this grandmother and her family that live next door to them. God forbid one of us have a non-Indian, a white person terrorizing us on our own damn reservation. How dare we sit back and allow somebody to do that? We had another case before us. We had a person who was handicapped get assaulted by a non-Indian right at Buoys. We have recordings from him going into one of the dispensaries, raising holy hell with our native women. You know, but nothing was ever done about that either. Let's just let people come to our reservation and treat our people like crap. Not while I'm here, man. Holy shit, we need to do something. When people are coming here as guests, they need to act accordingly. Respect our laws, respect our people. Don't disrespect our women and our children. She's a guest here. Even if she's to marry this guy, she's still a guest here. She's not a member of our tribe. So I don't feel like it's, okay to kind of scold us when we're not privy to that information. Let us all know about it. I know you guys know about it. Tell us about it so I can make a good, sound decision, But I still think we need to address this because what I'm reading here, I think it deserves at least a hearing. Thank you.
Councilman Poyer, or, I'm sorry, hold on. Councilwoman Little Hawk West and then Councilman Poyer.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we're talking about the complaint now. So now it sounds like from the last time it went to court, and now the attorney is saying there's protection orders on both of them. So with that being said, then we're acting on it. There's protection orders, but it sounds like it's not being abided by. So, I just think we just need to run the motion and just get this set up so that maybe we can hear both sides of what Mr. Kelly is saying and hear both sides of it, because we're only hearing one side. So we need to hear both sides, and maybe at that time we can make a good sound decision on it. So I think that's what needs to take place right now.
Okay, Councilman Poyer. And then we're going to run the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not withholding any information. One of them applied for a home site lease. That's public information. Where the lease is at, that's what we're trying to find out. Everybody goes through it. They have to wait for them home site leases to go through the process. So I and Mr. Kelly are trying to follow up on it to see where it's at, so it'll help diffuse what's going on. So we're not withholding any information. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, Secretary, call for a vote.
For clarification for the motion by Jillian Spotted Bear, seconded by Garfield Still, to utilize the emergency exclusion to banish Shannon Horizon today and to have a hearing set up for Jesse Still.
Does that sound right?
Yes, because that's accepting this complaint.
Okay.
James Cross,
Yes.
Lane Little Thunder,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Not voting.
Don Gosper,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
No.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
Garfield Still, Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Abstain.
Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Not voting.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Not voting.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
$15 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, 3 not voting, motion carried.
That completes the complaints at this time. Can you please turn in all the written complaints? Thank you.
Okay, everybody get a good, comfortable seat. Okay. So at this time, we're going to do the exclusion.
Chairman,
Go ahead.
could we do the first one from the Ed Committee?
Yeah.
Okay, the resolution of the Gulf Sioux Tribal Council of the Gulf Sioux Tribe authorizing the issuance of an emergency order of exclusion for Roman Vasquez to be immediately removed from the Pioneer Indian Reservation. Whereas the Gulf Sioux, I'm going to skip to section 16, article 4. Whereas the Tribal Council is further empowered by article 4, sections I and W, and Article 1 of the Gulf Sioux Tribe Constitution and Ordinance Number 25-14 to exclude non-members from the Pioneer Indian Reservation. And whereas Roman Vasquez is a non-member who resided within the Medicine District of the Pioneer Indian Reservation, who is a threat to the health, safety, and general welfare of tribal members and has caused harm to a young male tribal member. And whereas the matter has been reviewed by the Education Committee and referred on to the Tribal Council and recommends emergency action by issuing an order of exclusion due to the threat of irreparable harm against tribal members. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council of the Gulf Sioux Tribe determines there is a state of emergency in this matter and that grounds exist for immediate exclusion based on unlawful acts involving a young tribal member. And be it further resolved that the tribal president or vice president shall cause the order as attached and incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein to be served upon Roman Vasquez by law enforcement, and that any police officer shall effectuate his immediate removal from the Pioneer Indian Reservation. Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Jumping Eagles, second by Councilman Weston and Councilman Sears. Call for the vote.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
David Kelly,
Yes.
Donner Ghost Bear,
Yes.
Bo Little White Man,
Yes.
Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Beef Randall, Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Garfield Still, Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer,
Yes.
Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, George Dreamer Jr.
Yes.
Unanimous, 20, motion carried.
Thank you.
Now we got a question. Go ahead. Councilman Kraus.
Yeah, when I was 2/3 of my EBB's agenda items, and I know I threw it out there to the council to see if we can put the resolution appointing Jackson to the general manager because of the resignation of Stanley.
Yeah.
So,
We have two more exclusions to go,
okay,
and then,
but after that,
yeah,
okay.
okay. Councilman Jumping Eagle, were you done? Okay, so Councilman Weston.
Thank you, Chair. We also have an exclusion coming from Law and Order. The resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizing the issuance of an emergency order of exclusion for Jeremy Daniel Calderon to be immediately removed from the Pioneer Indian Reservation. And I'll skip down to the fourth whereas Jeremy Daniel Calderon is a non-member who resides within the Medicine Root District of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation who violated the law and is a threat to the health, safety, and general welfare of tribal members and has caused harm to a female tribal member. And whereas the matter has been reviewed by the Law and Order Committee and referred on to Tribal Council and recommends emergency action issued an order of exclusion due to the threat of irreparable harm against tribal members. Now therefore it be resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe determines there is a state of emergency in this matter and that the grounds exist for immediate exclusion based on his criminal history and current indecent acts towards a tribal member. And therefore, be it further resolved that the tribal president or vice president shall cause the order as attached and incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein to be served upon Jeremy Daniel Calderon by law enforcement, and that any police officer shall effectuate his immediate removal from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Motion.
Motion by Councilman Weston, second by Councilman Spotted Bear and Councilman Jumping Eagle. Secretary, call for the vote.
James Cross? Blaine Little Thunder?
Yes.
David Kelly?
Yes.
Don Ragosper? Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Lyle Weston?
Yes.
B. Frandl?
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman?
Yes.
Craig Dillon?
Yes.
Garfield Steele?
Yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear?
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier?
Yes.
Troy Little?
Yes.
David Poyer?
Yes.
Anna Halverson?
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.?
Yes.
Jackie Sears?
Uh-huh.
Richard Greenwald Sr.?
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston? George Dreamer Jr.?
Yes.
Unanimous 20, motion carried. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
We have a tribal member in the audience who would just, that pertained to the issue that was just passed. Did you want to get the floor? Give her a few minutes on this issue.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Celestine Stadnik, and I really appreciate you guys for doing this for me, but also for our community. I went into in front of Law and Order a couple weeks ago with this issue, and I just wanted to thank you guys so much for believing me and bringing me that respect. You always hear about whenever people experience sexual misconduct that they're not believed, and it's just, I'm so proud to be Lakota and to be part of you guys because you did such a good job. After I came to Law and Order, I went home and that guy is being convicted. He's a non-tribal member, and the Attorney General from Hot Springs called me because it's still in the process of in the court system, and he told me that this guy is extremely dangerous. And he said, and I didn't even realize that whenever I came to you guys, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know how bad. He called me and he told me this man has been convicted of sexual battery, but not only that, he has also been charged of rape, assault, stalking, and breaking restraining orders. And he said everything that happened to me is the exact ammo that has been shown over the years, and that's his pattern. So me coming to you guys and you putting an immediate stop to this prevented bad things from happening, and I just really want to say that I appreciate each and every one of you.
I'd also like to say, so proud of you, Celestine, for standing up against all that has been committed to you. I'm proud of people who use their voice in the good way against acts of violence. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. did you have one more?
Is that one for us? Okay, I'll read this one off too. The resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe authorizing the issuance of an emergency order of exclusion for Jason Zitawi to immediately exclude from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And I'll skip down to the fourth whereas. Whereas Jason Zitawi is a non-member who resides in Bloomingfield, Colorado, and who does business at Dean's Grocery Dispensary within the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and has violated the law and is a threat to the health, safety, and general welfare of the tribal members and has caused harm to tribal communities and businesses. And whereas the matter has been reviewed by the Law and Order Committee and referred to the Tribal Council and recommends emergency action by issuing an order of exclusion due to the threat of irreparable harm against tribal members, communities, and tribal businesses. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe determines there is a state of emergency in this matter and that grounds exist for immediate exclusion based on violations of tribal law and posing an immediate threat to the health, safety, and general welfare of tribal members, community, and businesses. And therefore, be it further resolved that Jason Zitawi shall be excluded from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and any lands owned by the Oglala Sioux Tribe for infinite period of time. And therefore, be it further resolved that the tribal president or vice president shall cause the order as attached and incorporated by reference as if fully set forth herein to be served upon Jason Zitawi by law enforcement, and that any police officer shall effectuate his immediate removal from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Motion.
Motion by Councilman Weston. Second by Councilman Little. Call for the vote.
James Cross. Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
David Kelly.
Yes.
Don Rigosbear. Bo Little White Man.
Yes.
Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
Yeah.
Garfield Steele. Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Puyer.
Yes.
Anna Halverson.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr. Ryan.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Richard Bremo Sr.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. George Dreamer Jr.
Yes, 1 not voting, motion carried. Okay, I think that was it. And if that is, we'll move on to Councilman Cross.
All right, thank you, Chair, Council. Resolution of Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of Oglala Sioux Tribe, unincorporated tribe, resolution of Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of Oglala Sioux Tribe appointing Jackson 10 Peters to the position of acting general manager for the Perrywood Casino. Do you want to skip those states or you need it for the record? How many whereas? One, two. Okay. Whereas in the exercise of these authorities, the tribal council established the Perrywood Casino on the reservation and pursuant to resolution number 24-52, March 27, 20-24, the tribal council appointed William Brewer as the general manager for the Prairie Run Casino, and whereas pursuant to ordinance number 21-41, July 9th, 2021, the general manager for the Prairie Run Casino is a political appointee who serves at the will of the tribal council. And whereas currently there is a vacancy in the position of general manager for the Prairie Run Casino, and whereas on July 28, 2025, the Economic Business Development Committee recommended appointing Jackson Ten Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Run Casino. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Oglala Tribal Council hereby appoints Jackson Ten Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Run Casino until such time as the position can be advertised and filled. Motion.
Motion by Councilman Kraus. Second by Councilman Weston. Question? We got it. Go ahead, Councilwoman Halverson and Councilman Goldsberry.
I just had a question on this position. It said it was open until filled. Do we have any applicants for this position or any letters of intent?
As of now, we have 4, but yes, Stacy said 4. It's open to approve.
Is that something that we can discuss at this month's tribal council meeting? Because I think the last council meeting, we said 30 days or less. And if there's 4 applicants, it seems like we should have it under a discussion for that if there's that many applicants.
It was discussed at the EBD committee that it is going to move forward at some point. We're calling a special to interview those applicants. So it is in the process.
Yeah, because we did that with the chief judge. We put them on as applicants for discussion. So I feel like this position could probably be the same.
Councilman Goldsberry, Councilman Little Hawk West.
Thank you, Chair. James, I know you guys had that meeting yesterday, but we were trying to call it on Friday. And that's when we really should have took action last Friday. Nobody was answering their phones. It was all at the casino. But, I got a problem with this guy that we're trying to appoint. Because all he's going to do is cause worse, more things to happen. It's just get worse and worse and worse. I'm not confident with him even being in that position. Heard too many stories about him. I get calls about him daily, text. And I think it's just that, I'm not a good point. Maybe we do need to look at him because he's just going to cause more harm. And as it is, the casino's already this close to be shut down anyways. I got concerns about it. I know other people do too. But I know it was discussed yesterday. I couldn't make it. But I just got a concern with that guy. It's just going to get worse, James. But Chair, I know other people got questions, but that's it.
Councilman Little Hawk West.
Yeah, I know they had that meeting yesterday, but that was, the task force as well as the EB&D, but, I think some of us, like myself, was at a funeral yesterday, so couldn't be there. But I really have concerns because we get the calls too. So, now that we're on this resolution here to appoint Mr. Ten Fingers, we're still getting calls and text messages. And I really think we need to get an update from the task force, maybe today, as to what is going on with the casino. Because I did talk to Mr. Weston yesterday, and he kind of gave me an update as to what you guys did. And I really think that as a council, we need to probably get updated today as to what is going to happen with our casino. And I know there's talking about changes that are going to take place, but I really do have some concerns. I really hope that we can get a GM in there, and I don't know, Stacy, how many applied so far for, and I think we need to know who they are, and maybe we need to set up interviews for them and to see what they can bring in, because we're getting questioned even about when is this assessment going to happen? You know, when is the assessment going to take place at the casino? We did approve that, and you were working on that. So I think now we're hearing that he has concerns. So again, I'm just thinking, could we get an update today on what happened yesterday?
It would have to be an executive session.
Do we go into executive?
Is that your motion?
A motion to go into executive on this issue.
Okay. Councilman Greenwald, you have a question?
Is there anything that can be reported to the people that doesn't require an executive? Obviously, they understand that our casino's in a bad way, but I don't know that people understand how bad it is. And so I think at some point we need to, like Jackie and Sonia, you guys are talking about a report. Our people need to hear a report, so it's not like a surprise to anybody. We need to be open to talking about our casino side. I think whatever we can divulge that isn't political sensitive, we can get a report like that.
Yeah, we could put something together. But regarding the finances, I think that's what has to be discussed in the executive. And as of last Friday, that was, some of you know that the EBD committee and the youth affairs alternate Fridays. And so last Friday was youth affairs committee. And so that's the reason why the committee didn't meet after last Friday. But I know Chair Lady, Ms. Spotify reached out to me and wanted to have an emergency, but that's why we set the meeting up yesterday. It was a last minute meeting due to the circumstances at the casinos. So that's Sonia's motion. Mrs. Whitehorse is here, Cora, the treasurer.
No, I don't think she's going to be here this afternoon either.
Okay, and as far as the task force goes, the task force met twice. The first meeting was there was only Mr. Standing Soldier and Mr. Randall there. The second meeting was only myself there. So that's how the task force been going. So we need to be consistent on that. We need to, if we're going to be on our task force, we need to at least show up. And I know we meet on committee days, and that's really hard for council to juggle their time. So we'll just keep moving forward with it. And I know we got a resolution putting 2 more members on. And so I think with the way the situation is with Mary Williams, I think we really have to be serious about that. Try to do something and put a plan together with some options. So, but as far as the casino, the active GM did state that they are in the process of, actually the situation with the cooling, the air conditioning is in the works, but it don't look like it's going to happen right away. So I know the customers been feeling a lot of the heat inside the building, and so it's been that way. We tried to address this way back in March, but we couldn't get no movement with the past GM to try to get the system up. And so it's been frustrating, but we want to go into executive session, we can do that, Chair.
Motion to go into
Yes.
executive.
Okay.
So I need somebody second.
We don't have a second. Was that you, Councilman Ghostberry? Second? Okay. Secretary, call for the vote.
James Cross,
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder,
Yes.
David Kelly,
No.
Donroy Gosper, Bo Little White Man, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
Beef Randall,
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman,
Yes.
Craig Dillon, Garfield Still,
Nope.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier,
Yes.
Troy Little,
Yes.
David Poyer, Anna Halverson,
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.,
No.
Jackie Sears,
Uh-huh.
Richard Greenwald Sr., Sonia Little Hawk Weston, George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Thirteen yes, 5 no, 2 not voting, motion carried. Okay, Sergeant Arms, we'll go into executive at 3:42.
And the financial report can be emailed to Stacy, so Stacy will have it. Yeah. Sometimes when you request a financial report from the casino, it's not what you wanted. So,
Okay, Secretary, call for the vote. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Chair, I was going to ask James, do we have insurance out there? At the casino? My last question.
that was the other option that they were looking into on the insurance.
Let's call for the vote.
And just for clarification, this is the vote to approve the resolution appointing Jackson Ten Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Wing Casino. James Cross.
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Yes.
David Kelly.
No.
Don Gosper.
No.
Bo Little White Man. Lyle Weston.
No.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Craig Dillon. Garfield Stale.
No.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
No.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Troy Little. David Booyer.
Yes.
Anna Halverson.
No.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Jackie Sears.
Yeah.
Richard Greenwald Sr.
No.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Yeah. No.
George Dreamer Jr.
No.
Bo, you are not voting. Would you like to vote? No? Thank you.
Nine yes, 11 no. Motion failed.
Motion. Motion to temporarily appoint Brandon Brasino to fill in the duties as acting until such time we fill the position.
Okay.
Motion.
Okay, so a motion by Councilman Greenwald, second by Councilman Weston. Secretary, call for the vote.
James Cross.
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Yes.
David Kelly,
No.
Donroy Gosper,
No.
Bo Little White Man, Lyle Weston,
Yes.
B. Frando,
No.
Tyler Lunderman, Craig Dillon, Garfield Still,
No.
Jillian Spotted Bear,
No.
Norman Standing Soldier,
No.
Troy Little, David Poyer, Anna Halverson,
No.
Ryan Jumpanico Sr.,
No.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Richard Greenwald Sr.,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Yeah.
George Dreamer Dome Jr.,
My motion is to appoint Julie.
Six yes, 13 no, one not voting, motion failed. Councilman Stanton?
So without a general manager, what are we gonna do? Shut it down?
Well, you got 5 candidates up here, but there's no due diligence.
There's nothing, we can do that.
Councilman Gosper?
Chair, I'll make a motion to temporarily shut down the casino. In the meantime, I want Steve Gunn to look at all the applicants, do the due diligence, ASAP, and we go through the candidates either on Friday or Monday. Is he online? So I want to know how soon you can get them done. Brad, how long does it usually take? Well, that would be my motion, definitely, because council seems that either one was capable of doing the job, so I don't know why we're gonna keep it open and hurt the casino more.
Okay, so you got a motion by Councilman Gosper, for a second.
Mr. Chair,
Second.
not second, but in the past, we never did due diligence on those applicants. I never heard that. Yeah, we just select them and they submitted their resumes, that was good enough, and then we did a selection, and all they had to do was adhere to the gaming, our laws, get a gaming license. That was it. There was no due diligence on them.
Question.
Councilman Spotted Bear?
Thank you, Chair. A few questions to the motion maker or to Leanne. Would this be for the due diligence, if a due diligence is required, or maybe not, but would it be better that the legal office do that portion rather than Steve Gunn in order to expedite that if a due diligence is required? And if you're suggesting that the casino be shut down, in regards to the money that's in the cash cage or any money matters in there. What's the plan to secure that facility? Do we need law enforcement out there immediately? What's the plan for that if we're going to make a decision like that?
Well, they got security out there. We got security too. We got the police force. I don't know. I guess that's up for task force, but I'm not trying to complicate this. I'm just trying to. We ran the motion twice. Council don't want either one.
Sonia?
Is it possible maybe to give these, was it 5 or 6 applicants, Stacey? 5 applicants, maybe if we can contact them, maybe, I don't know if Stacey can get a hold of them this evening, but if we can try to get an interview from them tomorrow. Somehow we should, it's emergency, so we should try to, interview those 5 applicants and maybe make a selection, since we didn't, there's 2 votes to go the way that, that was brought to us by the task force. So that's my recommendation. I don't know if we could get a hold of them. I think a couple of them are tribal members. The other 3, I think, are, that live in different areas. So maybe those are the ones. I'm sure they have phone numbers that she can get a hold of. If that's a possibility, we can do that tomorrow.
Councilman Weston.
Yeah, so the other one that I was going to recommend is James Sierra Sr. Most people know him by JC. He was a candidate from the last time this issue came up, and he made the final 3. But Mr. Gosper has the floor with his motion, so.
Councilman Gosper.
Oh, Chair, you know what? I'll just withdraw my motion. I don't know, casino is on his last leg, it's beyond his last leg, so nobody don't want to support shutting it down. I don't know. I don't know what to do, you guys. I mean, we all sit here looking at each other. Let's do something. God, I don't know. It's going on 6 o'clock.
Councilman Still.
Mr. Gosper, you're not wrong, I'll tell you that. We all sit here and we know the problems and the status of the casino. And I honestly don't think that's not a bad idea to shut down for a little while until we can get a real grasp, like what some council reps recommend is get the numbers. Look at everything, see where our expenditures are every day, every week, see what revenue is coming in. I mean, because right now we're floating in the air, and we really need a leader in there that knows finances. And so, I don't think that's a bad idea. Because if the people understood how bad off this casino is, then they'd understand that, this is something that has to be done. It really does. And I think people are just afraid to second your motion. I'll second it. Because like I said, right now, the stability of this casino, and if we really want to save this is something that has to happen.
And meanwhile, they can bring in all that information too, so ASAP.
Get them done tomorrow.
So is that, did you want to continue your motion or?
Yeah, I'll make that motion. It's just, ready.
I'll second it.
All right, well, okay, so we have a motion by Councilman Gosper, second by Councilman Still.
Good question. It's an urgent question to this matter here. If Perry Wayne gets shut down, then we need to see if that's going to shut the Eastwind Casino servers down. that, we need to look at that, I mean, because if it does, then that's gonna have a ripple effect on eastwards.
It does, I think, I believe. Because that's where the machines come from, right?
Yep.
So I think we have to look at that. Go ahead, Councilman Dillon.
The thing about it is surveillance goes to, the computers all go down, if one shuts down, the other one shuts down. And they're tied together, so we can't shut Prairie Winds down completely, because if we do, we shut down East Winds automatically. They are tied together.
Councilman Still.
I don't think we need a full shutdown, but I think we're talking about is closing the doors and maybe have the appropriate staff that's available to make sure to ensure that Eastwind stays open and operating. Because right now, and then it's not just like we said, finances, it's the safety of our customers out there. And maybe with this temporary shutdown, we could even look at the process of moving into the tent. But I think it won't be a full shutdown, but it'll just be like closing the doors and just having the necessary workers to ensure Eastland stays open.
Go ahead.
I think that tomorrow, Stacy's going to email us out the updated finances from the comptroller, from the casino, so that way we'll have a better idea of what we're looking at. But I think we should also see about getting these applicants interviewed right away and see if we can appoint someone in there right away. So I don't know how soon Stacy can do that with the 3 applicants that live off reservation. We got 2 that live here. But we still need to look at our finances, so.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
You know, the resolution was just temporary. It was a day or 2 day or 3 day to have a body in that position, so we can continue to keep that open until we get this position filled. And it couldn't do any more damage than what in the situation it is now. So I don't see why, that's, we could look at that, just to keep the doors open.
Councilman Randall.
Why can't we just hold off till the end of our cycle council meeting? That's 2 more days, a couple of days, and then it's been, like you all say, it's been a while since this has been going down the road, but don't take action till Thursday or so.
Councilman Gozman.
Chair, we made that motion just to shut it down temporary. Just like I said, maybe a few days till we get the applicants here. If we're gonna do the due diligence, get our finances here. Garth over there had a good idea. He said that just keep the people on that need to be on Prairie Wind, so we ensure that Eastman's don't close. I guess that was our motion. The second, if somebody else has a better motion, just run it, and if it don't pass, then somebody else can make it. So.
Yeah, we need to run a motion. You go ahead, Councilman Monterey.
Thank you, Chair. When I hear shut it down, You know, I think of employees. I think of the families. You know, I think it's drastic to just shut it down and you know, have all the ones tell employees, you know, we're shut down. You know, I think there needs to be a prior notice if we're looking that way. But, you know, to make a decision like that, I think we need to really have that assessment done, you know, to see where we're at. And we're all aware of, you know, that it's in tough shape out there, but, you know, we need that assessment done. And so, with that being said, Chair, I mean, if you want to run the motion, but, you know, I'm going to vote against it at this time because, like I said, we need an assessment done. So, thank you.
Councilwoman Sears.
You know, I think we have managers for all of the departments. And why do we need the general manager? Is it a compact thing, or is it something we can do without for a couple of days? You know, we got managers already. And also, you know, we should have a plan before we close the doors. We got employees out there wondering what we're doing. And we said we was going to come out and tell them what happened. That's why we have to take these actions, because our public don't know that either.
Chair, I'll just withdraw my motion. Somebody else make them.
Councilwoman Spudler.
Well, the motion is withdrawn, and I was just going to state that general manager is required for the compact. In case somebody hits a jackpot, the general manager has to sign off or has to be present for that. And if you're requesting a couple of days, again, I mean, communication is key when we're requesting something. And that wasn't addressed when you're talking about asking for Mr. Ten Fingers, if that's your request, to put him in there for a few days versus a long term, that makes a difference. And if you're wanting to, I would support that, a few days versus a long term, because I know I voted no in committee and I voted no today. But if you're asking just for a few days until we can get that in order to get our financials in order, I would support that. But I was under the impression that he was going to be there for a few months until we can get everything in order.
It's just a few days.
Councilman Steele.
You know, that wasn't the discussion committee. The discussion was to appoint this guy for a long time and keep that general manager position off of being interviewed. That's what was told to me in committee, and that's why I didn't support it. Now to come on to the council floor and say, oh, it's for 1 or 2 days or for a few hours, you know, that's not what the discussion was when you guys passed this resolution. So let's be real. And I know we're going to pull out the heartstrings and the violins and talk about families losing jobs, whatnot, but seriously, it's going to happen if we don't get a grasp of this mess we're in. And it will be permanently. What we're talking about is something temporarily that will save these jobs for these families. But then we pull these heartstrings out and start playing this violin, and it scares everyone from voting. I mean, let's be real here. So the discussion in committee wasn't to appoint this guy for a few days. It was to appoint him and until we figured out this whole mess with the casino and got out of this mess possibly, and to move into the tent, and that would have took a long time. So it wasn't for just a few days. That kind of upsets me when we do that.
Councilman Randall.
Mine is just work our way through this, continue with the council meeting and do some of this other stuff, the interviews and the process, and we can come back to it before the, like Thursday or Friday, whenever we finish our council meeting.
Councilman London.
Thank you, Chair. So, we need a general manager. Temporarily, in the emergency meeting yesterday, temporarily put in Jackson 10 Fingers. So, on here, on this resolution, if our legal over here can amend it to where it says temporarily appoint Jackson 10 Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Wind Casino, if you can add that, then I'll motion to put Jackson in there temporarily, Jackson 10 Fingers. So if you can, that's my motion, if you can add that, if I get a second, okay, got a second, if we can run, if it passes, good, if not, that's it. We need somebody in there temporarily, that's the bottom line, temporarily.
Second by Councilman Randall. Okay. Secretary, call for the vote. Was that with Councilman Cross was talking about temporarily? What were we talking?
Well, in here on the resolution, it doesn't state temporary putting him in there. It just says appointing. So if you could add temporary appointing, then that's what I want. And that's my motion, to temporarily put him in there until further notice. Until further notice. Well, we can't put a timeline on how long it's going to take. That's why I'm saying. We want it done ASAP, but we need an assessment. We want all these things, but it takes time to do all those things. So that's
until filled?
Until filled, that's going to be my motion. Or no, until further notice. And then once later on down the road, then we can decide, okay, we have enough applicants for the position, and we can move forward from there. But until further notice.
Okay. Councilman Weston.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If we could entertain a little bit of time for one of the supervisors from the casino, she would like to make a comment here. So I'd like to give the floor to her if it's possible.
Well, we have a most second on the floor here. Go ahead, I'm going to allow it. Just if you could be brief so we can. Go ahead, Councilman Weston.
Hello, Tribal Council. My name is Tatanka, and I'm the slot manager at Prairie Wind Casino. I've been employed there since 2009. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I ran in here as fast as I could, but I think I heard all the questions that you guys had and your concerns on the way out. As far as East Wind Casino, their servers, they're not connected to Prairie Wind Casino. So their gaming machines will still be able to operate without the casino, without Prairie Wind Casino. But a lot of Prairie Wind Casino staff does a lot for East Wind Casino when it comes to their payroll, accounts payable, surveillance, auditing, gaming inspectors, IT. And all of that's paid under Prairie Wind Casino. East Wind doesn't pay any of them employees. And I heard Ms. Spotted Bear say that the casino can't operate without a general manager because when it comes to paying out jackpots, that's not true. All we need is a shift manager in order to pay out them jackpots. They have authority to sign off on the jackpot checks, and so we don't need a general manager because of jackpots. It is very concerning, the financial situation at the casino. It's stressful. Every day to go to work, it's stressful. Some days you don't even want to open your emails. But if you do decide to close down to the casino, that's another 163 families that's going to be asking for assistance. Ultimately, it's your guys' choice. I just kind of wanted to fill you guys in on some of the things you wasn't too informed on. But other than that, I just want to let you guys know that.
Yeah, before we go on any further, I think we should be an executive to hear her out. Just
Motion to go in executive.
just based on some information that should be confidential. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Halverson. Do I have a second? Yes, I know. I would like to. We need to resolve some things, and I want to hear what suggestions we have. We also have to listen to our employees, because they're the ones that work there. I'd like to hear what they have to say as employees. So we have a second. Councilor Randall. Secretary, call for the vote.
James Cross. Blaine Little Thunder.
Good.
David Kelly.
No.
Donner. Bo Little White Man. Lyle Weston.
Yes.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman. Craig Dillon. Garfield Still. Julian Spotted Bear.
No.
Norman Standing Soldier.
No.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Weir. Anna Halverson.
Yes.
Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
No.
Jackie Sears. Richard Greenwald Sr.
Sure.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. George Dreamer Jr.
Ten yes, 8 no, 2 not voting, motion carried. Or 1 not voting, I'm sorry. Motion carried. We'll go on to executive, 5:57. have a second, can you call for the vote? Well, I think we need to run that motion.
So, just for clarification, your motion was to still use the resolution, but to amend it so the title would read Resolution of the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council of the Oglala Sioux Tribe temporarily appointing Jackson Ten Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Wind Casino until further notice.
Correct.
Okay, and then also the last, therefore be it resolved, will also read the same. Therefore be it resolved that the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hereby appoints Jackson Ten Fingers to the position of acting general manager for the Prairie Wind Casino until further notice certification.
Correct. That's my motion, Chair.
Okay, just real quick, once that position is selected, he slides back into his same position?
Yes,
Okay.
but I'm sure there will be discussion about it in committee before any landing. I think there should be a notice for it too. So.
Okay. All right. Secretary, call for the vote.
James Cross.
Yes.
Blaine Little Thunder.
Yes.
David Kelly.
Abstain.
Bo Little White Man. Maya Weston.
Abstain.
Beef Randall.
Yes.
Tyler Lunderman.
Yes.
Craig Dillon.
For God's sake, yes.
Jillian Spotted Bear.
Yes.
Norman Standing Soldier.
Yes.
Troy Little.
Yes.
David Queer. Anna Halverson. Ryan Jumping Eagle Sr.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Richard Greenwald Sr.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston.
Thir 13 yes, 1 no, 2 abstain, 1 not voting, motion carried.
Why do you abstain?
Okay, so give you the choice, you want to keep going or recess? Recess?
Recess. But could we make sure we get the finances from the casino or tomorrow, James? Because we do need to look at the finances.
Yeah, I did let Jackson know, and he said the comptroller will be, I gave the email to Stacy.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think we
Can we include the treasurer on that?
Yeah, everybody.
Okay.
Take the board. Well, that way up to Stacy, you can email that out to, okay.
Yeah.
And I'll get over to Jackson and make sure that,
Okay. Okay, so with that, we're going to recess till tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please try to be here at 10. We only went through agenda items, so we have a long ways to go. So.
You can leave
Please.
your paperwork if you want to. It'll just be cleaned up around your areas.
Please be on time.
Slide this chair out.
All right, hey, they are concluding, and they will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.